Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the stream. And welcome back to us resuming our Rogue Trader adventures in Warhammer Wednesdays. And hope you have a good nap, Bolty. See you in the next one. Joined once again, of course, by my brother, so
Glad to be here. Thank you.
Where you last left off, we just recruited Heinrichs, I believe is. Yeah. Heinrichs. Yep. Just double checking if there's anything else I need to close or adjust. Mm. We're good.
This Explorer tool is blessed with multifunctionality.
Ooh, charged. Psyker staff. Possibly a good option for Adira.
Yeah.
Marching ahead.
Huh. Stream Elements is working. On YouTube, finally.
Let's see this through.
And yeah, I guess that would kind of make it a little annoying. So if you don't mind playing as her, but I would assume you prefer starting as Sec. Okay, so we've been ambushed. Bella is able to act first, if she can reach them. I did. That wasn't impressive. I mean, I noticed it was everything but... what was it? Essence. Did you also get essence increased with that fresh one? it was born with 17, 18, 18, 18 for the other stats. Ah, yeah, fair enough. I don't think Ursec is heavily a elemental damage character. Other forms of damage and utility. Like, what I noticed, even the organic side was not heavily leaning into doing elemental stuff.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
One nice thing about that buff is it lasts for the duration of the fight, and when you use Shield of the Emperor, it reaches to everyone that has that buff, whether they're close or not. So, yeah.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
That is cool. I'll definitely have to consider a psionic side or a plasma side version. I liked what I got to when I did the organic. The final one was called like Dream Eater, which is pretty cool. And I like the sleep dart effect of the ranged attack. That is cool, yeah.
Your turn.
Let's set this in.
To turn on the controlled shot. Darn it, I thought that's what I pressed.
As said, so done. Easy.
Instead, I just cranked up the damage. Nearly killed Pascal for it. He'll be fine. Well, I'll have fun experimenting with whatever Ursec can do. Once I get into the actual freedom to do more of the gene splicing and stuff.
Death is a blessing.
Yeah. Don't tell Grin about it. He'll despise it to his core.
The other side awaits.
I know at least it seems like it's implied that with the upgrades for the breeding place that eventually you're able to get spliced eggs.
I'll see our foes obliterated. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. But of course, be gone. I need a foothold.
His moveset's pretty cool already.
Yep.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Well, once you do, let me know. So you're likely to get to that burst.
They won't expect this. I know what to do. That is how it's done. Vengeance will be swift. Seize the moment.
And if you've been doing really well, that says a lot. Now imagine how strong it's going to be. Did you loot them?
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Yeah.
Guess they didn't have anything to loot.
Yep.
Cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle to Pascal. Kindly remind me of how this hymn goes. His vox lets out a noisy groan as if he was clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." I thought I read something earlier about this. But, of course, that was last week, so...
Scroll to the bottom. There might be a way to interrupt it. Yep. Maybe you can take a look. Interrupt and look at what you've read.
To the Omnissiah, from who the holy discharge springeth. Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude toward the arcane key that closes the circuit. Now finish this prayer, Pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charge's power the immortal reason that hath created the spark. Verily so, a pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened.
Stay sharp.
Neat.
Second arc rifle, pinpointing visor. That might be good for Pascal even. Better than the just slightly more armor. Gives him crit hit chance to range attacks against enemies with 50% wounds left, or less than 50% left.
Yep.
Which is good for
Marching
someone that
ahead.
mostly ranged attacks. From what I saw, most people were saying that there's no information in the game directly about that hymn.
Ah.
So it's more of just a tests your Mechanicus knowledge. And I guess You brute force it.
Execution is a throne take you.
Let the blood flow.
Another ambush. We can't move. And Iron X took damage the moment we stepped into the electrical.
With purpose. Let's set this in motion. As said, so done.
I serve the ruinous powers.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary override. My competencies are not that universal.
My faith strengthens me.
Scorn the pain. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Weapon at the ready.
I know what to do. Easy. And done. I define the outcome. One step ahead. They won't expect this. Not my area of expertise.
to prove significant value.
The Emperor is on our side. For the throne's glory. Naturally. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Let's set this in motion.
It's
High momentum.
as he said, it's essentially an endless mode for after you complete the campaign. That's cool.
Forward. I know what to do. My vow is to serve. Running binaric override.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. The Inquisition sends their regards. I feel the power surging. Everyone, step aside. But of course, Lord.
Surprise.
I won't object to it. I'm done with this one.
Let's see this through.
What ails you? I'm watching your back. Always.
As it should be.
My success is an irrefutable certainty. They say I have a magnetic personality. That certainly explains why I keep attracting trouble.
What is it, rogue trader?
I can do an 100% athletics if you want me to.
My heart still beats.
I've seen a lot of innocent people. I've yet to see someone remain so after an interrogation.
Would you mind using a med kit on Heinrichs?
That is the best I can do.
Onward to victory.
Go ahead. Well, that might explain why you would start struggling at floor 20 then.
Ordained.
Ooh. Well, that would be our first plasma weapon had we gone that route with Pascal. But we've got other people that may use it. Yep. And everything splits to either or sec upgrades. So you can prioritize sex stuff, or you can do a mix of both. That sounded weird out of context, but I'm talking about the insectoid side of that creature in the game. You can prioritize sex.
Ah, yes.
Oh, right. There you go.
The machine god grants the insight.
Yeah. That's like his whole purpose is that it's like, well, one stance is brute tank lifesteal, the other one's utility and speed. I'm gonna go ahead and level our characters. Let's see. First start could be useful for me, but armor piercing's neat too. I reduce armor for 1 round when I attack.
I could give Argenta plasma weapon proficiency.
Is that even part of her general kit? I thought it was like Melta's bolt weapons and
Correct.
flamers.
It is. She doesn't have plasma, so
I would rather worry
Use
about
some of
that
the
for
other
a future
things.
character, or we just
Mhm.
respec Pascal for plasma at some point
Fair enough.
if we wanted, since he's already
Yep.
he's built in to use plasma arc weapons,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he can use bolters. Steady Hand of Justice, that's the melee. Well, that's not bad for me to consider. The one-handed shock baton or power maul equipped, I just gain 10% to parry and reduces weapon skill of enemies hit with this weapon. So, at the very least, I have a parry boost whenever using the maul. Public sentencing might be worth it. Could do prepared prosecution, so I can be placed adjacent to an enemy. Law and order. So I think I need law and order before public sentencing becomes more beneficial, because it's like whenever they fail a willpower resistance test, I'll act on a attack of opportunity, whereas law and order makes it so attacks made on other turns deal more damage. The target of such an attack must pass a willpower resistance test or be immobilized. So then they fail. If they fail the willpower test, then he also does an attack of opportunity on top, I believe.
Yep.
Let's see, physical training would be useful once I get a shield. Armor piercing is nice. Let's see, I already did the shield mastery. I could do the other shield. I mean, I could get plasma weapons, but I don't think there's a shotgun. That would be cool, but there probably isn't. There's instant retribution that I could consider. Most of these aren't going to do much until I have a shield. But I also wouldn't mind having them ahead of time when I do get the shield, right? So,
Right.
let's see, defensive maneuver. Whenever the wielder successfully uses shield bash, they regain 2 movement points. If they move, they will not provoke attacks of opportunity from the target until the end of the turn. So that's tempting. And then instant retribution. Whenever they block, they immediately use shield bash. If possible, if the wielder makes the counterattack triggered by stalwart defense, the shield bash follows the counterattack. Instant retribution is tempting. I don't think there's anything specific for shotgun. Just like solid projectile weapon expert could potentially be useful. No, it will not die is also useful, just being tankier. Whatever my current level is, I get half that as wounds. Combat Master is also potentially good, where I won't be prone to melee or weapon skill superiority, whatever they call that. Yes, melee superiority bonuses. I think you can... No, never mind, I was thinking of something else. I thought maybe you can multi-select. But yeah, I would say the only thing would be like sort by newest. And then just sort them out that way. But yeah, that would be nice to have that improvement. tough. Finding purpose is still really useful as a defensive thing, making me immune to various negative effects. Well above 90% wounds, which is easy to maintain for the most part. Might be the best choice since I don't have a shield yet. Right? I mean, I should, of course,
Sorry.
get the shield.
You'll have to say it again. I didn't.
Finding purpose, where as long as I have above 90% wounds, I'm immune to blinded, disturbed, fatigued, perplexed, slowed, and staggered.
Yep.
I think that's probably the best choice until I get the shield, and then I can start putting more into shield skills. Boost of awareness. Okay. Okay, so she can't further add to fellowship or willpower. So probably perception, yeah. Alright, looks like she got common talents, but that includes lots of navigator bonuses. It's willpower. Gains +5 fellowship and an additional +1 for every navigator talent or power taken. That might be worth it. Just could keep boosting her fellowship bonus. I don't really have many debuffing effects applied yet for her, so Undam the Sea of Souls doesn't have a lot of use. All I have is the lidless eye. Strange Vitality's neat, where she heals. Kind of makes her a little tankier as the navigator. And it's also plus an additional 1 for every navigator talent taken. The healing increases by 1 for every creature killed in between navigators' turns, which doesn't have to be her own kills. So that's cool too.
Yep.
So I think I'm going to go Mind Over Matter, where she makes all resistance tests with willpower instead of toughness. And her wounds are calculated with willpower instead.
Understood.
Okay, ballistic skill and common talent, so probably another arc rifle choice, echo pulse, or overclocking module, or staggering jolt. So I either cause arc jolt if they fail a toughness resistance test, which I don't know if that's going to be as easy to guarantee. So then echo pulse. So they'll suffer echo pulses equal to 10% of the damage dealt. And it lasts until the end of combat. Or where was the other thing? Overclocking. Whenever it hits a target, the radius of the area where additional targets are affected is increased by +1. Which is also cool. I think I'm going to go Echo Pulse. Because then it pretty much just gives them a constant damage over time.
Yep.
Alright, have a good lurk. Let's see. Agility, strength, and willpower are all good. Possibly willpower. Although strength, he is a melee character, right? So maybe I should buff up his strength some more. Unless if for some reason it scales off of a different stat normally. Not sure.
I'm unaware which. I imagine strength is good for him. I think he even has humanity's finest, so he's an Imperial world, and that boosts strength some. So it is a favored stat of his. Whether or not you want to, that's up to you. But strength is intended.
Yeah. So common talent, I can get him destined. He also has eternal glory, but I can also focus on maybe go ahead and get him Psyker Majoris now that we're level 14 plus.
That does sound appealing. His Force Sword leans into the Psyker Psi rating.
Yeah. Sounds good. Get those as soon as we're able, so we just hit 14.
Yep.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
We're gonna wait for this to, yep.
Let's seize the moment.
A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon the mechanism. A rhythmic whisper, repeated by 100 voices, blends into a blasphemous enchantment. The powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally, and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration 0, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued.
Scal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I'm registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amarnat has been captured by the heretics and is being tortured. Are you sure he is Amarnat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amarnat's motto. Look around the hall.
The heretics have taken positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you.
How's he bearing this torture? A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality, who where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will preserve, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Armanat a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit system. The tech priest's colors are stained with grime. They are diluted, painted over with rot, and yet his heart still holds a cinder of bright red. This dying flame can be ignited anew. We must save the steam tech priest without risking his life. The Megadendrite points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the halls of heretics.
The lightning discharges have charred the cultists' corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, where contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with the emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader?
The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn, all this increases the presence of their ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you.
A look of revulsion, Cabela picks up one of the rags with the tip of her blade. Nothing but your word, Doom Rider, can make me don this filth. Once we are done, I will scrape my skin clean with a metal brush and bathe in a caustic lie.
Cassia stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and scattered human ashes. Do not make me. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Luminodeacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hall. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within the set parameters, but upon receiving an order to increase it to peak values, it will turn this place into an electric trap. The safety system protecting the hall is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags? He deadpans. The only unbearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. You do realize this plan sounds like suicide. Sounds similar to a laugh escapes Pascal's vox. His statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought my soul no relief. Helps to save a worthy man, I will put on the cultist robes. Identify the Omnissiah gives the Blessed Armanat enough fortitude. I've now reached Adherent. Because it's one, the different convictions. But once I reach rank 3, it becomes the main conviction. Can't surpass 2 with any others.
The heretic's garb clings to your skin like a greedy leech, tingling and foul fever spread over your body, as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearer's soul.
Onward to victory.
Heavy crown of golden neural augmetics rests upon the servitor's head. Crown is bent and broken in ruthless gun butt blows. The pale body is covered with blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I'm registering upon its traces of sacrilegious violation of the right of operation. Probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Try to conduct a restart ceremony. For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, that may awaken and serve again. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged in darkness. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binaric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest voice can be discerned even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. Shower of sparks bursts from the augmetics on the servitor's brow, and several black, ash-tinted tears run from its empty eye sockets, ready to serve. Energize the hall's power units to the maximum. It will be done.
Venture forth.
The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electos are fused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnissiah with its operation. Identify this as a safety system control altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed. May its spirit forgive us. Forgive us, honored machine spirit. We are obliged to interrupt your work. Cause the altar to overload. Pascal offers a short binary prayer, then enters a command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. Code born out of the tech priest's tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands, heat up the altar circuit boards, and perish forever in a shower of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown of the security system.
Careful where you go.
This explorator is blessed. Functionality.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
I assume this throne, but not sure.
You can read.
A grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you note that his left eye has been conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. I don't know you. Who are you? And why haven't I met you before?
Coercion's kind of one of my specialties with this character. Although apparently this is using Cassia's bonuses. Lower warp. Perhaps the master has blinded your eyes to trifles so that you may behold what is true.
Your reply, imbued with mystical significance, was evidently to the cultist's liking. He smiles haughtily and says, "May our master blind you too, brother." A tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon a splendid command throne, laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes.
This is the Lumino Deacon's command throne. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Lumino Deacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motive force flows through. We'll try the 95%. I'm about to be greatly honored or else thoroughly charred. Maybe both. Test succeeded.
As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne's panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim.
Pain is visible in the tech priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me, and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal starts reciting the sacred words, gloomily and hoarsely.
Clinging on to the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal and touch the command runes. The unabating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle.
Recording a successful activation of the power units. welcome to the stream. Those of things. We're totally pattern las guns. Not super impressive other than its dodge reduction, I guess. So I think I might just add these to cargo. I have a marble fox is my persona. More specifically, a synthetic one. Praise the Omnissiah.
Let's see this through.
But my avatar is a slime ball, kind of themed around Slime Rancher. Since I have yet to be able to get a full model made, that would be sufficient.
My
Nice.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
Stay sharp.
From one fox to another, hello. Good to have you here. Oh, cool.
Return when you can.
Yeah. So now it went in a circle.
In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses, pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers comes from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it.
I do, but it's a bit outdated. Wouldn't mind checking it out at some point, but I'll be focused on the stream for now. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Armanat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know this? My mentor's motto. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah?
The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanuman. The tech priest looks over Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled.
What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. What design?
An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow.
And trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression toward it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Amarnat. You came here because of him, after all.
No, the tech priest's weak voice grows stronger. He came because of himself.
Myself? To redeem myself, to correct a mistake, possibly. But how do you...
There's a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes, strange given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off. You hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. A cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them.
We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's words, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox raps soothingly, "Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here." Examine the tech priest.
There are deep burns all over his flesh. The skin around his augments is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support system have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body.
Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. Try to take down the tech priest crucified on the machine.
As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive in the darkness. I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden." A blast of motive force runs through the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed by Neric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox.
Information archive to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the electro priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of a containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is the grip of a schismatical schism. That's a weird schismatical An unholy imitation of a machine spirit, I request immediate activation of the Texorcism protocol. Cabela gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in a silent question. Pascal responds with an equally long silence, then creaks. Thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. Catechism demands that this act be performed by an authorized unit. What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the omnisci's wisdom. Iconoclast, I should help save him. The possessed
man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, and what seems to be the schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it.
It's mostly a silent H, it's just like binary. So it's binaric.
Binaric. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles, the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priests were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needed.
Pascal's mechadendrite extends a thin drilling needle. A sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result, failure. Requesting assistance. Tech use. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into the possessed man's body. May the machine god heal you.
Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it to the tech priest's body. A shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up, and he loses consciousness. Crushed, yet still alive, and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnici echo through the hall.
Tech brother, we will come back for you when we are done. When we have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnici commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to the servant of the machine god. I request that the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engineer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
Also, oh no, sorry, I'm not going to be adding people on Discord. But if you have a link to it otherwise, you can let me know where to find you.
Onward to victory.
So we're done here.
Let's seize the moment.
Nope. Got potentially another encounter.
A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now, he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or lactoos, show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes. Yet he turns his face straight toward you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful.
May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects.
The man responds curtly as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hollowed electrodynamic cenobium receives you, Pilgrim. Dar Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force and the praetor electroid of the sacred monastery.
Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals come from his box. To which the Praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor."
The Praetor Electroid looks at Cabela and gives a dignified nod. You have brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, blessed Slayer? Always. Can it be any other way?
Dar Impulse 6. Was it you? It was you, was it not? That Logis Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance.
Yes. Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterward.
Tell me more about Logis Abel.
We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in his chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight, which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than the overall view. This makes his logic different from that of other people. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic.
What kind of visions was he receiving?
The Omnissiah revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within, or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend.
I have rescued him from the insurgents.
I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into.
I have a few questions about this place and the people in it.
Truth is like light, and blocking its path is criminal. Praetor Electroid nods majestically.
Who are you?
The hard-working servants and dwellers of this cenobium, the Electro Priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Corpus Gari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hollowed electrodynamic cenobium was built. We have devoted ourselves to the worship of the aspect of the machine god, which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulse in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands.
Thank you for the raid, Pixie. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Sorry, I need to finish eating. But welcome, welcome. If you have to raid and run, no worries, but hope the stream went well. Y'all can call me Fluff to keep it simple. I am a Marble Fox variety streamer. At least variety gaming streamer so far. Yeah, no worries. We're currently playing Rogue Trader, as we do a Warhammer Wednesday stream every week. And otherwise, I will play Warhammer games when time allows, with a plan to play some Space Marine 2, actually, with Pixie this Friday, so look forward to seeing you all there for that. Otherwise, you're able to check out my upcoming or previous streams, and if you want to see more, see stuff I did previously before starting on Twitch, and of course, for long-term VOD archiving, you can check out my YouTube as well. Yeah, it is unfortunate. He definitely helped create this grimdark universe, the way it's known as, you know. Okay, you can go ahead
and continue.
Yep.
The relic with this monastery provides the entire planet of Rykad Minoris with the blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place.
Tell me more about your relic.
It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykad Minoris by the holy warrior of faith, Locke Impulse First, during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant. The walls and power units of the Cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might.
Pascal keeps a solemn silence, but the quick clicking of his mechadendrite claws betrays excitement at being so close to the sacred archaeotech. Are you not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus? You are not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I've met.
Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every Electro Priest is given numerous Electus that combine in a blessed Voltgeist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light, and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies.
I understand everything.
I am pleased to be the conductor of truth.
Well, hope you enjoy the change up to the build then.
Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of electro priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the omnisci's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it.
What happened here and how did you manage to survive?
When the heretics descended in droves upon this cenobium, we gave battle. But the unholy foes buried the omnisci's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders and terrible with this word.
Surreptitious.
Yep. Surreptitious, thank you, ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead for us.
I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he is upset about failing to discover the Electro Priest shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought.
The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark, wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted, and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. The Praetor Electroid nods toward his entranced comrades.
This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. And the monastery is attacked by people who look like electro priests.
That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers. But I see you are alive, and I mourn the senseless death of my brethren.
My enforcers and the governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery.
I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnisci's cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death.
Confirm the presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electroid's blessing will be regarded as a sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrich opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quite clears his throat instead. Cassia nods thoughtfully. Yes, I see. House Urselio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves.
Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before the sacrilege began.
I wish to get to the holy reactor.
The Ark is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to the monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Recreary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful.
Venture forth.
Good time to quick save.
I did.
Yep. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque, barred mask. Yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber bass of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is. How static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor.
Scal's Vox rasps musingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling macadundrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust I will build order. Pascal, announce my arrival. Lets out a intimidating binaric trill and announces grimly, with the Omnissiah's blessing, the rogue trader von Valancius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor. Seeking to perform the purification and eradicate the corruption, all unauthorized persons are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is not... Go ahead.
Humility is the lot of the meek. I am a harbinger of great changes.
Harbinger.
And the vision. Yep, sorry. I am the harbinger of great changes, and the visions of the great cataclysms to come have incinerated what humanity I had in my heart. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Come quickly, what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse.
I would take some time to rest from your details of the future that the cult prophesies. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech.
What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true.
Ah, Cassius squints and looks away. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But when the motley masks end, nothing but a colorless void remains. Who are you?
My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servant of Uralon the Cruel, and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Rykad Minoris ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperium's bondage, but shunned her
Predestination.
predestination in favor of the changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Yeah.
Whose servants are you? Or whose servant are you? Is Irulan a daemon or just another heretic?
Resounding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Rogue traitor, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself?
Enjoy that update, Nub. The Edge of Daybreak. Is that your unholy patron?
Our teacher, our savior, our merciful God born in the immaterium out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. cannot see the woman's face behind her mask, but judging by her tone of malicious triumph, you can swear she is smiling. And he remembers you, Ryder von Valancius. The silly savior fantasy you have been acting out amuses the true masters of those people's fates.
But what is the final dawn? It is all your followers ever talk about.
Salvation from death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Coronis expanse. You think anyone will come to our aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help? Or the Idol of Iron they call Don Messiah? No, we will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the Edge of Daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn.
What servitude are you talking about? What predestination?
Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administratum official, the technomet, the void rat. All are consigned to serving the Golden Throne, and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are the most easily replenished of all resources. Even your path is predestined, rogue trader. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that it is the natural order of things, but that is a lie. It is an order that benefits them.
Why are you blinding people?
Do you think they are blind? They see far more than you do. Through reflections and mirrors blessed by the energies of the Immaterium, the Edge of Daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and give them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of true sight. The woman takes a glass prism out of the folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism's bluish pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas as though it has been burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? Your own death. You haven't recognized it yet. Kubela leans forward and whispers with a smile. Remember its face.
I think that is enough heretical talk.
Conversations about truth always frighten ignorant minds.
Your people wanted my head. Why?
Brother Twilight, known to you as Coonrad, marked you as a target. Your foiling of his plan sealed your death warrant. It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect.
Are you trying to blow up the reactor?
I am lighting the spark of the final dawn. Sometimes the future revealed in the edge of daybreak's visions is fragmented between the facets of possibility, and the view is unclear. I have glimpsed the importance of this place for what is to come, and I have solved the puzzle. The flash of purity will transform this world and bring it closer to the immaterium, in which it will be reborn. False believers will perish in the fire, whilst the faithful will find their salvation and their new form in it.
You'll never tame the spirit of this ancient and noble machine, ignorant layperson.
It does have a vile temper, but I have assistants who can help tame it. The woman nods casually toward the maimed electropriest, whose hands are affixed to the control panels, the steel stakes. One of the other servants of the Omnissiah casts a tortured glance at you, his voice trembling with horror. The blasphemous spirits have crawled under our skin and into our sacred iron. Take the motive force of our bodies, I implore you. We do not wish to offend the Omnissiah with the sacrilege of our hands are committing. They resisted for a long time, but now their bodies and souls belong to the schismaticals. Line after line, the scrap code they produce will awaken the reactor's unyielding spirit as well, and it, too, will yearn for change and freedom.
Enough. I will rid Rykad Minoris of your tyranny.
The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle, like that of an innocent child. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. The Electro Priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierce them, as their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with motive force radiance. All the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating, Edge of Daybreak, digs into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind.
Challenging me was a mistake.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Ready?
If you want, our offense is rather high on the left side. I could send Kubela or Argenta to the right side.
I think we're fine.
Okay. We have 2 rounds before the reactor explodes, but we buy time by killing the Electro Priests.
Okay. If you're going to be doing a burst, make sure you select controlled shot. You could potentially use concentrated fire and then do your burst fire.
Sadly, they make note that burst fires don't count for it.
Okay. Well, it will buff the next area attack your character does. So do that anyways.
Yep.
Unless if the grenade somehow counts, but I think those cost.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Death to non-believers! Death to the weak!
Is a reward.
Well, I'm at least aware of what's required, so I think we'll manage.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary override.
I warned that electricity heals the Electro Priests.
Well, now I know.
It's fine. They had full health anyways.
Out of my way!
Help me, Lord Captain! I have read tomes of military tactics. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the Face the Navigator's might? show you why navigators are feared.
Let's see to it. Get me a target. I won't object to it.
Final web. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Could potentially do another death from above. Yep.
Death is a blessing.
And you can even leap onto that next priest, possibly, that's in range. Or, no, never mind. I guess it ran out. Should be able to use Raining Blood.
Yep.
And then maybe able to smack it and send out a cone.
My blade whispers your name.
Well, we seem like we're managing.
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
As I said, we
the
have
thrones.
high offense on the left side.
High momentum.
Easy.
They won't expect this. For the dynasty. I said, so done.
Can move a bit more.
Poised for action. I know what to do. How it's done.
Jensen just has to follow the trail of blood. Ooh, excuse me.
Strike is a prayer.
Pascal's turn.
Request approved. Running binary function successfully terminated. Request approved.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Outside of grace, at least.
Heinrich's turn.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
As said, so done.
Pascal's turn.
Second.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The Omnissiah condemns you. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My competences are not that universal.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. That is foolishness. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Heinrich's turn.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. I'll see our foes obliterated. Naturally. For the throne. Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it. Be gone.
Surprise! Enough. Now an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultists collapse. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary, middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. You. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud.
Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, affirming purgation and termination. Heinrich grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grayish-green thread, the noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I've seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Heinrich approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Ryder. I need no more than a minute. Xenos lore. Suspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade had been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment, resembling an eye covered by a scale lid. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. There's no human-made object. It was grown from wraith bone, Eldari material composed of crystallized psychic energy, used in the creation of everything from art pieces to craft worlds. A material favored by the Eldari, which are the Eldar. An ancient and highly advanced alien race that once dominated the galaxy. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and individual words are distorted as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like burning red scratch when an unholy claw upon your mind.
Your choice.
I feel like this is something to ask Heinrichs about. Heinrichs, take a look over here. Is this by any chance what you're looking for? He raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This holy object is the work of inhuman hands, and judging by the cold I am sensing, it is a tool of the archenemy. I'm most grateful for your vigilance, Ryder. Takes the strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds. Curious. Stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have any other business in this system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora's mask.
The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment, you saw something move.
Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given modern force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Also, we have a heavy armor casing chest plate, but I don't know if many of us can even use that. All attacks of opportunity deal additional damage. That's neat. Probably good for me, but I'm going to be using those shield gloves eventually. I think only Abelard uses heavy at the moment.
Forge ahead, never linger. Let's see this through.
We're done here.
Let's check back on the tech priest Abel when we have a chance.
Onward to victory.
Still alive, though unconscious.
Alright.
Leveling.
Yep.
Okay, so I chose the 10 movement points until the end of turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity. I feel like I want to pair it with the gain +4 movement for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. I think is a nice benefit there.
Yep.
Otherwise, the melee attacks deal more strength bonus is nice, but I like the just high mobility both of these provide. So you can just run around. Okay, for me, I already have the until the end of the turn. They gain +4 MP and their attacks do not spend MP. Rate of fire increase. All soldiers' attacks are harder to dodge. An armor pen. I think area attacks? I need to confirm. Do shotgun shots count as area attacks? I assume so,
I
because
believe so.
doesn't indicate it's a burst.
Correct. And they made sure to say that bursts aren't area
It
attacks.
says, all creatures within the area of effect. Wide, close range cone attack. Because if so, I would rather have Firearm Mastery Upgrade 4, which is each area attack does additional damage equal to the number of attack targets. Because it doesn't behave like a burst. It's pretty much just a big old cone that, yes, can be dodged, but bursts are like kind of wildfire shots.
Yep.
So I think I'll go with that. Because it scales with targets hit. As much as I also like the harder to dodge and gain armor pen, that's really good too. That's where I'm a little torn. But I feel like because I'm a shotgun user, it makes more sense to go with the area attacks one.
Yep.
Whereas the other one's a little more single target weakening choice. So I'll go with that. Cassia. Already have Finest Hour. They gain additional bonuses, so negative effects are removed. Until the end of the officer's next turn, the target cannot die. Extra turn, all their non-attacking abilities cost -1 AP. So potentially making them free. That can be handy. During their extra turn, the target deals 3 times the officer's fellowship bonus. That's where I should get the fellowship thing for every navigator thing unlocked. That would be pretty good. Until the end of combat, the target also gains voice of command. So I think I like that one. The reduced cost or the temporary wounds is nice too, but just giving them a big boost of damage could be really handy.
Yep.
Especially when dealing with tougher enemies. As for Pascal, I already have Dismantling Attack, intimidates all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor by 15% until the end of combat. I could make it so their weapon and ballistic skill is also crippled.
Yep.
Yeah. Hard save. That was fun, and we didn't even have to retry it. Thanks to your knowledge of the priority.
Yeah.
Ship we go, and now we are on the cusp of picking our next archetype. Although we probably have some more characters to level once we're back on the ship after this.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Be honest, Von Calyx. Is this some kind of tracking device?
Certainly not. The elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I'm aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
I must return to my duties. Heinrichs was about to say something else when he was interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on your victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Your vault is nearby if you want to drop any things off. Like the Unfading Valor and the Seneschal's trusty carapace.
And the holy vestment. There's also like a spare staff, I thought. Celio staff. We can't equip 3 of them on her.
Yeah.
Probably start cargoing the split one off. This one will stay. So we have the psychic staff that has lightning arc. This charge staff is an upgrade because it gives heroic act lightning arc.
Yeah.
Last one is prism. and level up Abelard. Do better to die for the Emperor. There's something for him. If he ever ends up under 40% wounds, he gains +10 to all characteristics and +2 resolve. He's gonna be the tank after all, you know?
Yep.
Otherwise, maybe Combat Master. He doesn't have a shield yet. Could give him dual weapon combat. Or give him It Will Not Die.
Yep.
I think I'll go with that. For one, so his current upgrade to Daring Breach, for 1 round, the warrior becomes priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior gains +20% parry and 2 deflection till the end of combat. Daring Breach grants movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity this turn. Probably that. Or gains +4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking using abilities. What do you think?
Go through the options again.
It's either a gain +10 movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity, or until the end of combat. I gain +4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. I feel like that has a larger benefit for him, rather than just one instance of movement freely.
Let me think. So it leans into having to kill the targets, though, right?
Right.
So it depends on
But
who
the
you're
issue
kinda
is that,
tanking up
yeah,
against.
but it's that he also gains +4 MP each kill, so he can then move, and then if he attacks then moves,
Yep.
his MP
Indeed.
is not used. So I feel like that's better for Abelard, because if
Yeah.
he's going to be static but then runs out of targets, then it allows him to move after attacking.
Yep.
The Daring
True.
Breach is more... It pairs really well with the other one, but it's more meant for someone like Heinrichs.
True.
And I like that it lasts till the end of combat, so it can be a longer lasting benefit. The main thing is that so he can move after attacking, even if I don't gain a kill. So only your Psyker has anything left.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have anyone that can use these gloves right now. Although maybe this is better for Abelard compared to the if he falls unconscious. It's like he's not usually gonna go down. So instead having attacks of opportunity gaining bonus damage is nice. Okay, the casing chestplate is an upgrade for him. It looks a bit funny on him, but it works. One missing a helmet. I'll turn it off eventually, but I'm going to keep the helmet on Heinrich's for now. Oh, there's new Twitch drops for Rogue Trader, I think. Yeah, stuff for the new DLC that's coming out.
Neat.
Oh, it says get DLC 1 and 2 Twitch drops you've missed, in addition to the items. You also get the Vox Whistle, Arbitus handcuffs, welded gloves, mind twitching grenades, helmet of tactical superiority, and special servo skull. Curious, because I do have my account linked. I wonder if I just pull up my own stream for the remainder, if it will count.
I am pretty sure it has to have Twitch drops enabled.
Which I do.
Okay.
At least I should. But there might not actually be that campaign available yet. Probably going to be coming out around when the DLC is out in a... Well, technically it's tomorrow. That's probably why. So I will have to remember that. And it sounds like they'll be granting people things they missed too. Yeah, it's not live yet. But tomorrow, the new DLC I believe is out. Which we'll be able to cover next week. Technically. It'll at least be implemented next week. We don't guarantee that we'll actually get to it. Max looks at you intently, his head tilted. I know nothing about you, Heinrich. Could you tell me a little about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
You remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizorn 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, Being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the Black Ship.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psychers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great-aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
Sorceress powers are truly dangerous. I hope you have mastered your abilities since then.
When I arrived on Holy Terra and was tested, I was found to be suitable material for becoming a sanctioned psyker, able to bend his curse to his own will. I can assure you that the adepts of the Astra Telepathica were right in their assessment.
Tell me about the Black Ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
Let's talk about something else. How long have you served in the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisition?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
Someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today.
Let's change the subject.
Gladly.
You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte, correct?
Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I've never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I have been working alone.
Wandering among the stars without family or friends, don't you get lonely?
I rarely have the time or the opportunity to think about it.
If you're an interrogator, does that mean you hold a special position in the retinue?
We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
Are there any other acolytes in the Coronis expanse? He narrows his eyes at you and releases a disappointed sigh. After several seconds of silence, you realize that you will not be getting an answer.
Such as?
What can you do as a psyker?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
Just take my leave. I think that's everything we can do at the moment here, so... I guess there maybe was something Pascal might want to talk about, but usually it's other stuff.
Your choice for
Probably
crew.
just continue with who we have, since they may have things to say.
Marching ahead.
Oh, boiled it. Says I control the dog.
Greetings, your lordship, says the governor in a dismal voice, glancing reflexively at Solomorn. Governor Medina offers Heinrichs a somewhat stained smile. Master von Kallax, it pleases me to see you're in good health. I hope you accomplished what you intended to at the electrodynamic cenobium.
He nods without saying a word.
After an uncomfortably long pause, Medina clears his throat and quickly turns to you. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship should begin any minute now. I would also like to salute the savior Rykad Minoris and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you have concluded your business in this system and are ready for the triumph to begin. Governor Medina is positively ablaze with enthusiasm.
In regards to your own participation in the Triumph, Governor, you will accompany us to Starport to provide timely answers to any questions that may occur to me as I back to the terminal there. That being said, you should appear before your subjects at least once at the end of the ceremony. Doing so will help maintain order. There's no reason to let the people know that the world may soon be in change of leadership. I'm ready for
Don't
my triumph.
say that. I think we should. I think it progresses story along in certain ways, and if you want to still go to Rykad Majoris, you might not want to do the triumph just yet.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Other business in the system.
Yeah, my apologies.
Stay
I
sharp.
could be wrong, and we might still be able to do it all, but I have a feeling it pushes things along.
For what else we have? Okay. Something else we needed to do?
Have we even been to Rykad Majoris yet?
Not yet. Also, we almost can get everything, but we are missing 2.
Yep.
Profit factor.
Which is probably possible to gain with Majoris.
No, I guess we never went to Majoris.
No, we have not. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet, a void ship, whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from the orbit. It is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel.
Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship.
The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xeno race called the Drukhari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a woeful creak as it's promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber.
Abelards is just finding out what Xenos were doing in the Rykad system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the rogue trader orders to send more people to the planet.
After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drukhari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. The monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came to the Rykad system.
we will gain any more profit.
Yep.
Partially
Indeed.
because we could have had 20. And maybe some other
Yep.
choices maybe would have given us more.
Indeed.
But we did get a new greatsword. We got a noise suppression helmet. We also got a Warworld Origin flak armor. And then from this other stuff, we got some Drakari barbed needles, some Shatter Shard, which seems like we could just add these to our cargo. I don't think they'll be needed for anything, but then we can keep the Venom Blade and the pistol.
Yep.
And monofilament grenades we'll keep as well.
Yep.
What did I just do? Where'd it go? Or did you equip the helmet?
I didn't touch anything. Might have been sent to our ship's cargo or something else. But I definitely did not do anything. Cargo management. Taking a look.
Oh, where that is.
So right side of the screen, the bottom button, cargo management. I'm going through the cargo to, let's see, I wonder if it shows up at the bottom or you can do text. So if you know the
Found
name,
it.
you might be able to find the, okay.
So I sent it to cargo. Didn't click on that. Okay, so I guess we just head there. Unfortunately, we won't be getting the shield. I don't even know if it would have been possible.
We might still be able to after the
We'll see.
festivities. Yep.
Venture forth.
I'm ready for my triumph.
Then I will see you at the starport, your lordship. The Master of Ceremonies will organize the procession in a way that should allow me to share the ceremony's finale with you. And after that, Emperor willing, the Proctor will clear me of all charges, and the woes of Rykad Minoris will be over at last.
Let's see this through.
I will say if we end up kind of finishing up this act, I think it might be a good time to just end the stream then.
Understood?
even if it ends up being shorter.
Your Lordship, peerless Lord von Valancius, I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rykad Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event.
Speak.
You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush toward you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people, attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by the representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House Valancius and the House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours.
An excellent plan. I'm ready to start the triumph.
Of course, your lordship.
Onward to victory.
Make way, let us greet the hero. A small group of festively dressed people rushes toward you.
Chose for a group of planted adulators to approach you during the triumph.
Glory to the von Valancius dynasty. Glory to Ryder, a hero of Rykad Minoris. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out to your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her face that you recognize her as Captain Raquil, the pilot you have met on Rykadiphilia. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their Redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They are all going to die, befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. And it is all because of you, enemy mine.
Rest the soldiers in the cordon. Stop the ceremony. Take the people away. Something terrible is about to happen.
The soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails, and they turn toward the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away.
I'm sensing something. Boundless, blue, golden, dark. grimace contorts Heinrich's face. The interrogator lifts a hand to his temple as though struck by a sudden migraine. What?
Something is coming, Domin. An unholy death contrary to his will. Cabella's eyes are blank as she digs a steel claw into an unhealed wound. Behold, behold, behold the final dawn.
Is it loading the bridge? Guess it's a cutscene. Oh, we got stealth ships. Either Eldari or Drukhari. That's what they mean by the final dawn. No more sun. So, was that Dark Eldar that did that? Seems odd for a regular Eldar to kill a sun like that. And well, the Eldar aren't Chaos worshippers anymore, but the Drukhari are.
Our attention.
Surrender to the dark powers!
We can position ourselves.
I see a good position. Heinrich.
Right, marking myself as ready.
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. Alas, no.
I won't do that. Easy. I know what to do. Let's set this in motion.
spider web. Killing brings me no pleasure. Aim for the heart next time. Come, the other side awaits. Moving out.
Chaos guides me. Chaos guides me. Reading damage to bulk.
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
I said so done. I know what to do. I said so done. Let's set this in motion. Costly mistake.
If I may, now you're clad in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Request approved. lead. Follow my lead.
I must not falter.
Break their morale. I serve the ruinous tower. Death to non-believers.
Let's see to it. I'm done with this one. I won't object to it.
I know what to do. Easy.
No foe too great.
Consider that off limits. That's how it's done.
Killing brings me no pleasure. Come, the other side awaits.
Cassia's turn.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Running binaric override.
Follow my lead.
Stay vigilant. My faith strengthens me.
The Emperor is on our side. For the throne's glory. Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Get me a target. But of course, be gone.
Be gone.
Yeah. Your calm bead comes alive. Big Disc's voice struggles to get through the thunder and static. Lord Tane, this is Master. Please stay sending.
Big Dis, what is going on?
Captain, interference, repeat. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me. The light of my faith is thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice. I shall overpower it. Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Cabela gives you a faint smile and whispers, "A great dance begins, but I am still with you, Domin. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them."
Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city's quaking. No, the whole world. We must move out to the starport at once. The shuttles aren't going to find us here even if the comlink stabilizes, which it won't.
The star opening, we observe disappearance of the star from evacuate. The comm falls silent. Many eyes stare at you.
anyone have any idea what just happened?
The final dawn, Argenta says fiercely. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. O Emperor, forgive us for this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it.
Only an incomplete picture. Every warp active person on this planet is sensing the presence of sorcery. It's rising like a tsunami. I have hardly ever encountered anything like it in real space. And most remarkably, the sorcery is still growing. I cannot, however, say what set off this reaction or where the light has gone.
A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze upon you once again. Only it is not coming from her corpse any longer, but from everywhere.
All we can do now is try to make it to the starport.
Go ahead.
Bad news, but not unexpected.
Rogue Trader, we must help these people evacuate. Their Emperor himself has entrusted their fate to us. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of intent gaze fixed upon you.
We're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone can come with us.
Jasper and I must get weapons, any weapons. We'll catch up with you at the starport. We might even pick some people up from the garrison or civilians along the way.
Okay, we have the Human Torch on our side.
Yep. The sense of alarm is now...
It's about the same. Either way. Lots of loot.
Let's seize the moment. Forge ahead. Never linger.
marching ahead.
Know if there's any loot to find again.
I do not
How
know.
many
On that.
Death to the weak. Out of my way.
Naturally. Let's see to it.
Your reckoning is due. My vow is to serve. Request approved. Running binaric override.
Multiple chaos spawns. Makes sense for the finale of this planet.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing. Death is a blessing. Let your soul be purged. An offering of blood. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Might be able to get an angle where you can hit both the Chaos Spawn and the Cultist, but otherwise, just focus on the spawn. Yeah.
High momentum.
Since there
Gonna
are
give it a
additional
shot.
spawns, it's up to you.
Didn't give me more actions. Thought it would.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
Have a good night, Pulte.
They won't expect this. I know what to do. You clearly are outmatched.
Thank you.
I said so. I know what to do. One step ahead. Let's set this in motion.
Chaos guides me. Chaos guides me.
For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Your prognosis is favorable. Running binary override.
is a blessing.
You can take... Oh, never mind. If you want, you can move to the full cover. Assuming you
Take a
have
look
vision.
first. Currently, it doesn't seem like it. So,
Probably won't have line of sight on them until they round the corner.
yep.
But I'll move Pascal over when it's his turn.
High momentum.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Let the cycle discontinue. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
They won't expect this.
I serve the ruinous powers! Death to non-believers!
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it.
My vow is to serve. Running binaric override. Request approved. Cogitation fails. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Throne take you.
battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the Serfs, as duty demands?
I know what to do. I said, so done. Contemplate your weakness. Easy.
Everyone, step aside. Naturally. I won't object to it. I feel the power surging.
As the tactical imperative dictates. My vow is to serve. The Omnissiah comprehends all. Running binaric override.
I will not die in dishonor. Let your soul be purged. Caught by the web.
Strike is a prayer.
We done.
Yep.
Stay sharp.
If we manage to find an intact shuttle in this burning hellscape, it will be a miracle sent by the God Emperor.
For a person as important as the Lord Captain, I am certain there will be a vessel waiting where it should be. Surely the commoners know their place in the evacuation order.
Your execution is assured. Show them no mercy!
Me.
Out of my way!
Not different, demon.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Let's make it quick.
Let's get to it.
Unpleasant.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Running binary override.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
The undesired knows comprehends all. My vow is to significant value.
Out of my way!
For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain. The Emperor is on our side.
Forward! Let's set this in motion. As said, so done. Poised for action. I know what to do. So done. Done and done.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it. Vengeance will be swift. Hold on.
On in, maggot.
Nice. I have a feeling he's actually going to already be an overseer. Since he's pretty much getting introduced after.
You are clearly outmatched. No foe too great. That is how it's done.
Here we go.
Funny, I guess that voice was added with the arbitrators. That's the same voice I use. Go get him.
One step ahead.
Yeah.
Contemplate your weakness.
Let's get to it.
That won't stop me.
Now you've got some guys near Cabela to take down. Possibly, I don't know if you can get around that point.
I can. I think there are better targets, though.
There is only death, yours or mine. Death is a blessing. Let your soul be purged. Killing brings me no pleasure. Death is a blessing.
Bonk.
And that is how Cassius saved the day.
Solomorn's chest plate is punctured in multiple places and his face stained with blood, but his gaze remains clear and firm. Still alive, rogue trader? Good. You spot just as many wounds on Glyto. There are wounds and cuts all over the coat, and one of the visors is broken. Yet, there's nothing in the Cybermastiff's straight posture that would indicate pain, if pain is even something that this dog can feel. What is happening in the starport? Panic and heresy. The people are ready to crush each other to reach the shuttles, which makes them easy targets for the enemy. Where's the governor? I do not know. He waited for you under Arbiti's escort to burn the heretic's body and conclude the ceremony, but when the sun went out and enemies came at us from every crack in the rockcrete, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest choice. He would have been safer with us. Those ones look bad. Let me offer you first aid. I would have accepted your offer, but we still have Medicaid kits. Not many, but should last us until we get to the shuttles, which is all we need. It appears your investigation has hit a dead end. Not yet, it hasn't. A crooked smile crosses his face. We did find something on the port terminal shortly after the tide was hauled away. A suspicious ship took off from the planet, and I already know how to track it down. I see you're not trying to flee and have chosen to fight instead. I commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there is nothing we can do against the warp forcing its way in, and that's a fact. He spits out a mouthful of blood. This battle was forced on us. We had to keep the heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to our shuttle. Speaking of shuttles, the ship we hired has turned tail and left orbit, so I must turn to you with a request. Take my squad aboard and we will disembark on the first world or station with access to a void ship. We cannot die here while whoever stole the tide is enjoying their freedom. I will consider it an honor to assist you. We need time to dress our wounds and regroup. We will cover your retreat and make sure there is no attack from the rear. Get to the shuttle first. We'll be right behind you.
Let's see this through.
Hey. Shield is equipped in one hand, but occupies the slot in both weapon sets. Every shield has a chance to block an enemy's attack. If hit in a burst attack, if a hit in a burst attack is blocked, all subsequent hits are also blocked. Shield Bash allows the wielder to attack an enemy using the shield. Stalwart Defense ability increases the wielder's chance to block attacks of multiple enemies. If such an attack is blocked, the wielder can counterattack with the corresponding enemy using their main weapon. Got my first shield, called Stronghold.
Yep.
Nice. We also got our first plasma gun, separate from the pistol.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
But since I have the one perk, I can still use my long las.
Yep.
venture forth.
The stench of Isolene and the blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was a soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Rykad Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets.
Examine the people in front of the shuttle.
Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear. Others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one of them. The other skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish-crimson halo of bone splinters and bits of brain matter.
Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What is going on here?
The sergeant spins around to face you, his face a twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now when things got rough, they thought they could scarper and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him. And after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of rocks? Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments on the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond when his head explodes. His body falls limp to the side, his remaining eye staring upward. The chorus of the nobles' screams cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough. You've said your piece.
Generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Rykad Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant? For killing a nobleman who deserved to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand, and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor is right. The rabble truly has no honor. We do not have time for this. We need to get to the shuttle now. You're acting like an executioner. You think you have such a right?
As much a right as they do when they act as our executioners. We are but common subjects of the Imperium.
First, the nobles. Would anyone like to say anything to Sergeant Malgar?
An angry murmur runs through the group of nobles. Some are uttering the deceased governor's name in horror. Others are begging you to kill the deranged warden. Some are hoarsely wishing eternal torment upon Malgar, but none dare to raise their voice and answer you.
It would seem you intend to rise up against the very foundations of the Imperium.
That's not true. I'm loyal to the Imperium of man, the Imperium of the Golden Throne. I am ready to fight the darkness among the stars and aid his servants, so that his design may triumph. But I refuse to believe that the Imperium needs a bunch of arrogant nobles more than us honest workers and warriors.
Do you truly wish to see them dead, each and every one of them?
I do. The decision to leave the commoners on the planet did come from the governor, but they supported it. They're accomplices. No one tried to stand up for us.
There's nothing left to discuss. Try the persuasion. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all of his subjects, but surely not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can.
The sergeant frowns at you. I don't know why you stick up for these parasites. They never would have helped someone like me, but they don't deserve to die either. You're right about that. Not all of them, at least. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones.
Another battle demands our attention.
Death to the false emperor.
People that are acting early is Argenta and Heinrichs. Okay, starting.
Naturally. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory.
Let's make it quick.
It'd be good to clear up the reinforcements with her.
Yep. Agreed.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
You do have a grenade you could use.
That's the plan. Thank you.
I love they actually take falling damage for stuff like that.
Yep. And those fallen have lost a turn.
Yep.
Good work, Cabela.
So I get a special ability while using the shield, Assault Onslaught. Because I'm an arbitrator.
Ah.
I know what to do. Clearly are outmatched. They won't expect this. I know what to do. Let's get to it.
You killing targets will help Cabela go for the cultist leader. Thank you.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Do not dare ask. If I may. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As said, so done. Contemplate your weakness. Bloodied, but still standing.
No, you're not. But still standing, he says on the ground. I like how we played like pinball with attacks of opportunity.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Or ping pong, even.
Yep. Looking at this weapon, I do believe it does. It will weaken this guy so he takes more hits. I think it's worth trying to take a slice at him. Nice. I think I just used control shots.
Yep.
It says they'll still hit an ally. Shall I take a chance and hope it doesn't?
You can use it. It will just make the ally dodge.
Ah, I found a better angle to shoot it.
Let's see to
turn.
it. I won't object to it. I need a foothold. Naturally.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
gratitude, not malice.
Request denied.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Worth it.
No! His ruby flashes on...
You can use controlled shot and concentrated fire for the next turn if need be. As in,
Yep,
use them
I don't
now,
think anything.
save it for next.
I'll see our foes obliterated. For the throne's glory. But of course, I'm done with this one.
You successfully protected the shuttles.
Meow. 26 movement.
I won't object to it.
Yep. I like that combo of stuff. And just being able to be like, okay, executed, time to move on.
Yep.
And when I say move on, I really move on. I mean, I know she has really high mobility in general, but...
No, that's fine. Sometimes it's good to have both.
Which is why I want him to be an executioner.
Yep. I still like the idea of her being an assassin, or whatever that's called.
Yep.
I know what to do. They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion.
My vow is to serve. Activate calculated fury algorithm.
High momentum.
Heinrich's turn.
Get me a target. Let's see to it.
Getting close, so you can then possibly make use of your momentum. Death Waltz reach.
Yep. I am one short. No matter.
I said so. Costly mistake.
I love having a sniper as a backup. I built sniper rifle. Tempting.
Yep.
I mean, it's pretty much just a flat upgrade instead of losing some hit chance. Or no, dodge reduction. I think dodge reduction only works if you hit them the first time. So it makes follow-up shots easier.
Stay sharp.
So we got a life-draining sword, but you have to be a heretical follower. We also got Bringer of Terror, also have to be a heretical follower. Gem of Dark Vitality, also have to be a heretical follower. But I think I'll go ahead and swap to that new sniper. I'll favorite that. Well, might as well keep some of that gear in case if we do get one.
I forge my own success.
Okay, well, we can
Let's seize the moment.
take an opportunity to pick our level ups and things if you want.
And we can do that in any order you want. We can continue and we'll probably not have any further combat, or you can take your time and level people up.
I mean, we can do it when we get back to the bridge. Since we'll probably have some additional dialogue, might as well do that first.
Thanks be to the Emperor, you are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have.
Anything else, I will hear an account of what happened to the system's sun.
The Fox Master falters. Lord Captain, he saw a number of ships approach the sun. Black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggle to find words that could describe the terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void.
Interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Drukari. See Abelard's expression change as if the shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temple wearily, as if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already. Lore succeeded. The Xenos, enemies of humanity? A breed of Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ships matches the descriptions provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect, and many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. Are the Xenos in league with the Aurora's cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. He glances around. The situation calls for immediate action, Ryder. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish. Right now, he gestures at the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. What is the current situation on board?
The Navigator's Sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump.
Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his Vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I'll immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. Why did you not send a shuttle to the planet for me?
I do apologize, Your Lordship, but we were unable to receive your request for evacuation. The Vox link was overrun with vile interference, screams, blasphemous hymns, and other equally sinister noises. Any who listened to the interference for a protracted period lost their sanity. Several dozen operators went mad monitoring the Voxcaster in the hope of hearing your voice. Each one of them waited in vain.
What is happening on the planet now?
Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's power at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there's practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles.
Do you have any hope for retaking the planet?
I fear that Rykad Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave this system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of Sister Battle Flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did. Direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation.
The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard furrows his brow. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykad Minoris. The Von Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge toward death. the finale of the Cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event. A world had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth the Daemon world. Our only hope to stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro Priest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, the thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Reichad Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy.
Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Domin Rider.
Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit, as do I see the storm that is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows even more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents.
I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles with the passing thoughts of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It is as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master.
Why can we not try to evacuate at least some of the people? For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible and our sole weapon against it useless. The energy released by the bombardment could stoke the warp energies. I've never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a Daemon world before, but there is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say that with confidence that you do not want to see it. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate?
The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgar's troops, they'll help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use.
I mean, personally, I'd like to be helping Pascal, but at the same time, I feel like the dogmatic choice might be the best course. And the nobles would probably some of them would appreciate that, but then saving the people matters, but then saving the fusion reactor. But I do kind of agree with the dogmatic choice in this regard.
Yep.
I feel like it's probably...
I will say this. Just because you go down one path for a bit doesn't mean you can't still focus on another path. As long as you manage things well enough.
Mm-hmm.
So, your choice.
I mean, it sounds like we could still bomb if we save some and then eliminate what's left.
Agreed.
Doesn't matter if we save the fusion reactor if we're gonna detonate it, right? That's essentially what we'll do.
Correct.
Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself, Ryder. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. I must do as I see fit. Perhaps I am acting foolishly in the Inquisition's eyes, but that is my decision to make. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship along with any other rescued people. Keep that in mind for the future.
Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles will have capacity to evacuate more people.
I would like to save the reactor, but then we can't detonate. Right? Unless if there's something else there. But I think exploding I think that is the thing to eliminate.
We don't have the firepower otherwise. It's why they were originally trying to detonate it.
Nobles deserve to be saved above all others. And unfortunately, Pascal, we'll find tech elsewhere. We will all have to pay for this mistake.
The bridge is in upheaval. The technomats' prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony, while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened cross of sacred unguents from the warp's engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal, with the data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from a flurry of activity around him.
What is going on here? The warp sextant is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. I'm currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Magos, why don't you assume control of the technomat? Surely their contribution will speed things up. It would only be a hindrance. I am searching for a way to rectify the error. Pascal is muttering without taking his eyes off the data slate. There is a certain anxiousness to the way he moves his mechadendrites. Crew, heed the word of Magos Hanuman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your lordship. You're right. His voice changes when he addresses the crew. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instruction.
The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the the clamor becomes a clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor.
Admirably done, Pascal. Omnissiah guides me. Prayers of the tech priest surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechadendrite towards you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Step up.
The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens, blinking lights, an endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water. A vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind, the typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creations. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate of the warrant chamber.
Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the campanological protocol, Omnissiah Rejoice. I must inform you that, for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hands, a minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, the cyber gargoyle, of which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. His voice grows quieter. The law of the Omnissiah knows no exception, and so in the ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and we may receive his blessing. Place your hand in the cyber gargoyle's mouth. The middle jaws clamp down on... Go ahead.
The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Connecting. 0001.
You don't have to read all that.
2. Connecting 3. Yep.
Reach out and touch the keys on the instrument panel. Okay.
Input.
Lord Captain. Pascal stops and then continues more calmly. Please, you'll anger the machine spirit before we have removed the restriction. Gesture at the vid screen. What does it all mean?
The sound of your voice, the cogitator servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates toward you and then stops in that position.
Benevolent code, a voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binary signals and is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no process response and temporary override is permissible. Magos intently studies the vid screen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation to the machine spirit. Pascal leans over for the adjacent instrument panels and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine goat begins pouring forth from his vox. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. I'll just say what he said to say. One of the cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priest, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so that it may be filled with the true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy in our souls.
In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine, one after another. repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the cogitator's slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy censer's foul-smelling clouds of smoke and from the loss of blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you. The world swims before your eyes.
Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. He enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vid screen. Suddenly, he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites clicking their pincers pull at one lever after another. The vid screen filled with strings of symbols completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. Is everything alright? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begin to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off a foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah servants break off from the prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out. The mass of errors in the warp sextants calculations is destroying the data repositories. Offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Read the information on the vid screen. Machine spirit, can you hear me? The servant creaks into quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by binaric hymns and the tapping of command runes. O hallowed machine spirit, in the name of the Omnissiah and the Emperor, reveal unto us your power and guard us against our doom. Pascal echoes your sentiments with the triumphant sound of binaric hymn. Next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screens begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with the stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The text priest box crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering. Warp sextant activated. Registering. Data stream stabilizing. Registering. 0 data errors found. Reporting the warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, he adds, I'm also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation.
Lord Captain, Ravor here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engines are up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, Your Lordship.
Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation to the warp.
Waiting for you to ascend the Captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us.
I was hoping I would still be able to do the dogmatic choice, but perhaps I'll see if I can load back to do it off stream, just to sate curiosity.
Yep.
If we only save one thing and then bomb.
Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void ships plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orcelia informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space and the Furibunda system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process.
Yep, darn it. Scroll up.
Yep. The Furibunda system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis Expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate. Dargunus, Janus, Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Ryder.
I'll be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Ryder. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Yvain Winterscale, has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during the comprehensive system inspection right, this unit discovered the data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Ryder von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Thank you for once again rescuing my squad, Rogue Trader. We will disembark on Footfall. The trail of evidence leads to the docks, and it wouldn't hurt to pay the Liege a visit. I am sure he'll graciously extend his cooperation to the Arbites. Are you leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no farther. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have. You are a skilled fighter. I could use people like you. What do you say we extend your stay in my retinue? Thank you for your offer, but I must decline. I'm afraid my duty to the Golden Throne comes before everything else. Solomorn, is there any assistance I can provide in your investigation? Right at this moment, unlikely. We have a considerable amount of dirty and routine work ahead of us, such as checking the cogitator logs and questioning the station's residents, including its less palatable individuals. None of that is worth the rogue trader's time, I assure you. Still, should circumstances change, I will absolutely welcome the aid of such a dependable ally as yourself. Argenta, who is this Reverend Hieronymus who wants to talk to me?
He is the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall, and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of the servant of the Undying One. The Drusians, like the blood-spun web, are devoted to aestheticism, rejecting wealth and luxury and surrendering themselves to his service. Though this thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect.
Igdis, tell me about the system we are arriving in.
The Ferabundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders, traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off limits to outsiders.
Alter Templum Calixus EXT or X17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at this station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. What do I need to know about Footfall?
It is the largest port and the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus.
Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions in the Coronis Expanse. The Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but as long as Footfall serves the God Emperor insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium, although I have heard that the tithes it sends are underwhelming to say the least.
Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of rogue traders who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear.
Footfall is just a brief stop. What next?
As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for your Magnae Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it is a major milestone in your personal history. The moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valancius dynasty. We are all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain.
Abelard, do you know anything about the Liege of Footfall? Vladimir Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Tokara is the appointee of the Kasbalika mission. It's a crime syndicate. The largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixis sector. They specialize in the cold trade, commodities and artifacts of Xenos origin, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Tokara, whose appointment benefits not only the Casablanca, I'm saying Casablanca, the Casablanca, but also their most powerful ally in the Coronis Expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. Tokara is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Casablancan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Casablancan barons cross swords with the rogue traders and emerge victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. Casablanca, vile tech thieves. Pascal's box barks out at the last word like a profanity. What does the liege want me to see so badly? Not you, personally. He wishes to meet with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. Tokara does not know that Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotion in such an anodyne message.
We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from the Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Master Zachary has received lately.
Well, Lady Navigator, I give her leave to make the translation from the warp into real space. I do think I'm going to load back and do the Exterminatus choice. I feel better about eliminating a demon world, even if it technically saves less people in that instance, but more people in general.
Yep. Yep. Let me have a moment. Big Disc begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space. Measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Big Disc turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one on the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Tokara will be informed, and it is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. You will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit incognito.
Tell me in detail how these choices will benefit.
According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver, but while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene with local affairs.
I'll explain if you do not mind. As per the unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfalls where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings on Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as a newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing, necessarily. Winterscale may take slight offense. Corda will be put on her guard, but you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Corona's expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodore's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Valentia soars as high as ever. If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You'll have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and the burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It can turn some situations to your advantage. I do like the sound of incognito, and especially since Abelard kind of says, like, it's actually fine to do either. Like, there is a benefit, but it will have consequence.
Yep.
So, stealth
it will be
is.
done, Lord Captain. Vignis bows again. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties.
Can I rest my voice for once? Okay, well, I'm gonna do a hard save, but then
Hard
also
save, then do like a quick load to
but
a
load
point
the quick save.
and at the very least do another hard save then, or do as you see fit.
Well, it's auto save 1, but it was like the one just before we did this. And I'll show if any cutscene plays or something, I want to show that. Yep. But then I'll just kind of breeze through the rest of the decisions that we made.
Yep. I support. I'll let you just read whatever you want to read or skip through as you see fit.
Yeah. I don't think there'll be much to read aloud. My voice is getting rough. And then we will level up, and then we'll call it.
Yep.
Because I figure we might as well decide what we want each of our advanced archetypes to be.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see what we may have to pick from. So, unfortunately, we can't save anyone if we also want to blow up the planet. Is what I had found. And in this case, I'd rather take the dogmatic decision. It seems like it's the best choice for everything.
Understood.
There's like some nice choices of the other options, but then you still have a demon planet, which is not good.
Yep.
And apparently if you save the fusion reactor, you get a battleship made by the tech priests, which is fun. I mean, you don't get it. It's like an end card thing, but still. But we cannot allow the archenemy to have a foothold. I'm still allowed to make some dogmatic choices. I just won't be able to go past a certain point. He inclines his head. The right choice, Lord Captain. May the sacred exterminatus cleanse this veil of corruption. And of course, someone associated with the Inquisition would have the ability to. I think rogue traders do as well. But Inquisitors are kind of the main ones that can make the order. Okay, it just skips it. Darn. Oh well, I will go through this as well. think this time I'll just gesture at the screen because he got upset when I was touching some of the keys. Right. Read information on the screen. Machine Spirit, can you hear me? Oh, hello, Machine Spirit. With the next DLC that's coming out, I think tomorrow, we will also get access to be able to augment our characters in various ways. So, kind of makes it fun that I'm being so friendly with the tech priests and such.
Yep.
Because I'll kind of become RoboCop. Oh, okay, we do get a cutscene. Nice. Go. See if this differs at all.
The Fon Valencia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora Fon Valencius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Maybe I should say I hope we meet again. Since no matter what, he's gonna leave for now.
Yep.
Hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor are always welcome aboard my ship. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality, Ryder. I will not forget it. Okay, everyone else's stuff. We'll level up and we'll wrap up. do a hard save and a quick save. So starting with myself, I'm going to go with Arch Militant. Versatility. Whenever the Arch Militant uses an attack that is of a different type from their previous attack, the Arch Militant gains a stack of versatility. Valid attack types: single shot, melee attack, single target or burst, area melee, area ranged, or ranged burst. Arch Militant gains +3 weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. The Arch Militant has 4 or more stacks of versatility that they will deal an additional +10 plus weapon skill bonus, or +10 plus ballistic skill bonus damage, whichever is highest. So seems fine. Let me check other options. Master Tactician. Fellowship. Christine. Bounty Hunter is more of a sniper. Focus. See what else. Wildfire is neat. Next attack this turn will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn. Only issue is I need to see if like my shield counts as something for that. Shield bash. Mention. I would assume it counts for versatility. It would be a melee strike, right?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading.
The shield bash should count
as a melee strike.
Yeah.
I don't know exact specifics. I just know that sometimes you get a free shield bash after like you do a shield charge or something. But when it comes to that, it might be best to do your actual attacks first and then use the free shield bash when it happens. I assume it counts as melee.
Interestingly, people say that if you are a arbitrator and you chose soldier, you actually don't want to go overseer, as like it just does not synergize with your soldier benefits. Bounty Hunter could potentially work. But most are saying Arch Militant. And yeah, it says it synergizes with the shield bash. And otherwise just swap between single and multi-target counts. So, looks like that's what I would want to do. Gained a second tier archetype because you leveled up. So Bounty Hunter could potentially be interesting. Master Tactician works well. Arch-Militant works well. It's just that Overseer does not work well with Soldier. I believe Bounty Hunter isn't as worth it if you're using arc rifles on Pascal. So I would potentially either pick Master Tactician or maybe even Overseer with them. Although, again, him being a soldier isn't necessarily ideal for that, but him being a... Well, no, it's still showing my characters. Since he's an operative, right? He gets things like Grand Strategist. But I believe they were saying, at least with arc rifles, it's not a good pick to go Bounty Hunter because of how it functions. Suggesting that if you have high fellowship, go with Master Tactician. And I do technically have low fellowship right now, but I can always improve it. But otherwise, Arch-Militant. Yeah, so I think it does work with the shield. So Arch-Militant is still good, it just loses some benefits because it becomes redundant with the Arbitrator. If I had high fellowship, though, I would probably go Master Tactician. But I think this works for me. Okay, now for Cassia. It is also a fair point that you want high coercion anyways, so fellowship is still important. Let's see what some others we're talking about. Someone was mentioning Essie is supposed to be leans into grand strategist. Grand strategist for Cassia. Okay, seems good. Should just go ahead and go with Bounty Hunter for Pascal. And see how it works.
Whatever you want.
And if it doesn't work out, I could always switch them to like plasma weapons.
Yep.
Things may have been fixed since then, for how Arc works. As for Heinrichs, I was planning on going Executioner with him. Didn't I already take the... Did I not take the Poison Blade? Hopefully I can
For
still
Heinrichs?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. If you linger on it, it will actually surprise you and say you already have this feature. But I know that he has it because I saw him applying it.
Executioner then.
With Heinrichs?
Yeah. He's going to
Yes,
be
please.
the Poisoner, damage over time style. I don't consider him an assassin. He could be a Vanguard, but feels like I would build him into that. And then Abelard can probably go Vanguard. Be the tank. Not that he'll be our only tank, there are other characters I would like eventually. So, neat. We got all our characters set up, I think. So, thank you all for tuning in and watching and joining us for this adventure. We'll be back with more of this next week. I may decide to do another Voidling Bound stream tomorrow instead of Crimson Desert. It's not that I don't want to play more, it's that it's not that I don't want to play more Crimson Desert, it's that I really want to play more Voidling Bound. So, I think I'll go ahead and do that. I'll reschedule or change that stream for tomorrow. It helps that I didn't even really have a thumbnail prepared for it. So, until then, I hope you all had a good time, and we will see you in the next stream of this, and I will see you in the next stream tomorrow. So until then, have a good evening, have a good night, and bye for now.